Whoa, it's 8 o'clock. Can't believe it. We're gonna play some Death and Taxes tonight. Oops. Oh, get out of here. Oh yeah, league reset since last week. That's exciting. I'll give it a couple minutes, then we'll hop right in it. I'll just shuffle my deck in the meantime. Lots of familiar names that have already grabbed some trophies. Hopefully we'll get up there. That'd be cool. Let's get a trophy tonight. Oh, I should... No, I gotta update my deck. Stream Decker. Should also probably show the deck while I'm doing it. That's the one I want to show. Here we go. Let's export. Upload new. Come on. There we go. Okay, set as current. Copy URL. And there we go. Cool. We got there. Oh, excuse me. You have 1 more minute, and I'm going to press this play match button. Or actually, this play match button. Main deck Containment Priest, yeah. It is... I've basically been playing it since the bans. I don't think you need to, but I just like it because I feel like I play against a good amount of show and tell. There's a lot of reanimator. There's, you know, a lot of matchups it's good in, and it frees up a little bit, frees up spot in the sideboard for it, and they finally fixed the Yorion bug, so you don't have to worry about losing games to that, at least. So, it's cuttable. You could just put it in the sideboard and play the 4th Skyclave. I've liked having it, but it's like, not a, it's not a huge deal. It's just my preference right now. The Yorion bug was that, in paper, the way the rules actually work is if you, with a Yorion trigger, if you have a Containment Priest in play, you can flicker the Containment Priest as one of the many things you're flickering with Yorion, and you get everything. Nothing gets exiled. Um, as it worked on Magic Online for a while, you just got random creatures exiled. Not all of them always. It's just like it put them in like some kind of random order, and thus Containment Priest would mean that you would not get some of them back. Um, it appears that was going on for a long time, like while these two cards were in standard together, and they never fixed it. But it seems like sometime in the last couple months they just like silently fixed it, so you don't have to worry about that anymore, thankfully. And obviously, there's like some anti-synergy in the deck. It turns off your vials. It means you can't wisp your own stuff. But like, it's an 80 card deck. You're not going to draw it that often. You have a lot of agency over when you want to put it into play and when you don't. So I don't think that it hurts you that often. And here's Newton, another great deck to have Containment Priest against. That's for sure. Was Mephiedro? He's the one of the people who's playing like to touch the Spirit Realm, right? I am on the draw. I don't love one landers, but I know it's not going to get punished in this matchup, and this hand is otherwise very good. So, also we're on the draw, so that helps a bit too. Yep, there's Catacombs. Hierarch, sure. Another vial, you say? Let's see what we got here. Just a grist. Alright. That's a little bit of a bummer, but it's awesome. It should be mostly manageable. Hopefully we draw a land here. There we go. That's a really good land to draw too. Yep, I'll take the 1, or I'll take the 2. There might have been an argument actually for using swords on the Hierarch there, but certainly like on our turn before they untapped. But I think the punish isn't super likely, so I think it's okay. All right, Fiend Artisan, cool. And that is the card that we're really saving these plows for. So I'm going to do that. Violin Mom. The delay here means, yeah, probably Snuff Out. That's fine. Tick both of these up. Caracas is not that good. It's not horrible, just not super impressive. Let me think here. Yeah, I'm just going to play it. I think I'm going to put Yorion into my hand here. I don't think I'm going to have to swords anything. I guess the problem would potentially be a natural order for a Crater Hoof here. But that's not even lethal. So I think I can live with that. I should say it's not lethal because of the Solitude. Maybe it is if he draws a land. I'm not sure. But No attacks, I'll take it. Milled a Snuff Out. He's milled Snuff Out and Urza Saga so far. Those are both pretty nice to not have to deal with. This Spirit of the Labyrinth is so bad that I'm just going to keep it in my hand as the card I'm probably going to pitch to Solitude. I just gotta hope to draw some better things. Field of Ruin is okay. We can get rid of the Dryad Arbor, which isn't horrible. I think I will do that, honestly. Happy to just give them one fewer creature in play. I've got prediction up for Will Be Order Boba. That's a good one. It's pretty likely, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I was wondering if they would I think putting their graveyard back in their deck makes sense. They have a lot of cards they want out of it. Yeah, the Arbor, 2 Snuff Outs. Those are all pretty big. Yeah, so this is kind of a situation I felt a lot in this matchup where, like, I'm not actually afraid of what he's doing, really. It's just like what he's doing only matters if he draws Natural Order. And Natural Order is always a problem, right? So, like, not really. There we go. There's one fewer Natural Order to worry about. And even this Allosaurus Shepherd, they have no other elves in play, so that's just a dead card. That's just, or I should say, it's just a 1/1. That might at some point be able to turn itself into a 5/5. Keeping the Spirit in my hand for the same reason as before. But yeah, like he's even afraid to attack with this stuff, which I'm perfectly happy about. Okay, maybe I'll cast this one. Yeah, especially because it looks like I'm pretty likely to just like, I don't think I'm going to need to pitch anything to the Solitude at this point anyway. So yeah, we're basically just going to not do anything until he has to draw specifically Natural Order, or at this point it could be like Cradle plus a Green Sun or something like that. Honestly happy to take this. That's totally fine. Keep this on 3. This one's going to go up to 5. Wasteland is... Let me think. So... I think, what do we want? So now, this is the big turn because now we have Vial on 5. So what we could do is Solitude plus Yorion kill 2 things. I don't think there's any 2 things in particular that make me want to do that right now. I'm kind of more interested in, into the Grist, I should say, specifically. I think I don't really want to I don't want to let him kill Solitude or Yorion with Grist right now anyway. So I think what I just want to do is waste the Dryad Arbor. Since once again I'm not going to be using this to to pitch to Solitude, I'm just going to cast this, put it into play. We're going to go to combat, or pass the turn, I should say. And now what I'm expecting is, I guess it'll depend on whether they draw another mana source to activate Shepherd. If they don't, I'm guessing they might use Grist on the Spirit. Maybe not, since he always has the Yorion, but we'll see. Mills land with that and plays the other Dried Arbor. Okay. And since he plussed on the Grist, I guess that actually doesn't change anything. So I'm going to put in Solitude. I'm going to hit the... I don't really care that much about... Let me think. I'm going to hit the Allosaurus Shepherd, since it just represents potentially being the biggest creature here. And we untap, which is huge. There's a concern that if he had Snuff out there, that he could get us, but he did not. So now, let's see what we draw here. Thalia. Thalia doesn't do a whole lot, but I'll play it. So now what I can do is just play this, pass. And now I can at least remove one creature a turn through Grist. And next turn I'm going to be able to attack the Grist also. +1 hits and Endurance. He's playing 2 Endurance main. Interesting. There's a Cradle. So Green Sun is now a potential kill. Him plussing there is actually a mistake, because that means I can flicker Solitude and kill the Endurance in his end step. If he had kept the Grist activation unused, then he wouldn't be able to do that. But hello, Magic Online going slow? Never heard of it. That's huge. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is just attack Grist with the Yorion to get rid of some of the counters. Now we get to Stoneforge. I should have attacked with Thalia too. That was probably pretty free. I'm going to get a Jite here, and then next turn is going to look really good. Jarvis, hey, thanks for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Hope your stream went well. I don't like this. Did you just draw Green Sun Zenith? That's a natural order. Okay. Okay, that might kill us here. It was the one card we were waiting for him to draw, so. Yep, okay. Bummer. Alright, so Judgment for removal, Cage for Green Sun stuff. That's usually it. I don't like Torch in this matchup. Lauren, there's no targets for, and then usually after that it is Spirit or Thalia, and I like cutting Spirit because there's just no. It's basically a vanilla 3/1 in a matchup where they make a million 1/1s. So yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, I'll keep this one. That's the truth. Man, sleep depression is something. Or sleep depression. Jesus. Sleep deprivation. Alright, let's see if we can get this game 2. Game 1 went, yeah, depression from aggression. It's not that far off. Hey, Mom, what's up? Alright, I'm gonna port them. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, that first game, I think, like, that was... While we did end up losing in the end, I think it was a very good representation of how Natural Order really is the only... is really the only card that matters from them. Like... That game went on for so long because they just don't have as many ways to kind of kill you out of nowhere the same way that, like, Combo Elves does. So... I feel pretty good about this matchup in general, even if specifically playing against Newton can be scary. Speaking of Natural Order, I think here I'm going to... Since I have 2 removal spells and a port, I think I'm going to kill one of his mana dorks. And I think that we can just kill Hierarch. Because I think in this deck, Arbor in play isn't meaningfully different from any other mana dork. So... It's going to be another Arbor. Okay. So tapping the Arbor here. So Cradle does give enough mana for a Natural Order. Alright, looks like that's what's happening. Probably for Atraxa here, I have to imagine. Yep. Let's see what he takes. It's going to be... So it's going to be Green Sun, Snuff Out, probably Fiend, Artisan, and then something else. It is Green Sun, Foothills, Fiend, Artisan, Snuff Out. There we go. Okay. Alright, Caracas would be cool. Oh, he's discarding something. It's probably the Foothills, if I had to guess. Maybe he needs more mana. Nope, it's Foothills. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Solitude. That's pretty good. I can actually... Solitude both his creatures and keep swords and keep plow in my hands. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Evoke trigger on the stack first. Doesn't matter a ton, but technically correct. Do this. Activate Vial. Put in Wisp. Flicker Solitude. Kill their Dryad Arbor. In a perfect world, I'd have the mana to also tap the Forest, but obviously that'd be too good. Why don't I have a serialized Yorion? I'm looking for a really particular one. and it's gonna take probably forever for me to find it, but it'll feel really good when I do get it. Oh yeah, they also don't exist on Magic Online, but just, you know, in the real world. I'm looking for one too. There's a Bayou. Fiend Artisan or Green Sun? Fiend Artisan, okay. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I'm gonna keep this at 3 for now. And rewarded, cool. Yeah, we're much more likely to draw a 3-drop than a 5-drop. And that's gonna matter certainly on this turn. Certainly for a little bit until we draw another land, it might change. Because now we can hold up Skyclave while porting. Ignoble Hierarch. Okay, does have a land. Okay. And there's that. I am just going to continue putting creatures into play and hitting him for a bunch. I think he's going to have a hard time recovering from this. Once again, staying on 3 for the same reason as last turn. So we got him in 2 more turns? Yeah, okay. I probably should have kept that land in my hands, actually, but someone could say dedged. Dedge. Jeez. Can't talk tonight. Is this going to be the Green Sun? Green Sun for 1, yep. Probably for another Hierarch. Yep. This just feels mean. Gain 0 is the best. Obviously, that was a very good draw. I think the nice thing in this spot is that we don't have that many bad draws. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, we did forget a port somehow. That was weird. I think I was just happy I was in the spot I was. We still have lethal though, so it doesn't matter. But yes, I did just miss a port for no reason. Alright, what do we have here? I do not like this hand. It is very slow. Very slow, not very good. The Jite is the only good part about it. I like this one, because Stoneforge is great. And it's honestly kind of tempting to just bottom the Cauldra, because... Or, sorry, to bottom Karakas, keep the Cauldra. It only sucks if like we need to use this Karakas as like a Lotus Petal later to cast a 3-drop. But I think between the fact that we already have Vial, yeah, Stoneforge is going to get Jite anyway. I think the only bad part about it is Stoneforge isn't likely to live anyway, but I'm not sure that Caracas is going to be any more of a card than the Threat of Cauldra. So I think I like bottoming Caracas. It is entirely possible that I'm going to wish that I could Lotus Petal my Caracas, but you know, I don't think it is super likely. Man, I really like drawing Spirit of Labyrinth in this matchup, huh? Yeah, that's also very true. He reveals a different fetch land. So no, there's still a Catacombs back there. Reclaimer. Reclaimer Fiend Artisan is a little awk. I didn't really want to have to deal with both of these. But I think overall I'm much happier to deal with Reclaimer than I am Fiend Artisan. Because Reclaimer can get Cradle if they need the mana, but like it looks like they have a good amount. They have another land to play. They don't really have any like bullet lands that can get that matter, so I'm just gonna kill Fiend Artisan. Because that could turn into Grist, and that would be a problem. Now I feel even better for it. And there's the Catacombs. Let's see. Igonjo. Yeah, I don't think that changes a whole lot. I think either way, I'm going to play this Thalia. And I'll pass, and I'm going to plan on vialing in Stoneforge, and with any luck, he will tap out so that I don't have to worry about a snuff out. Kind of hoping there. It doesn't seem super likely, but who knows. All right, 4 mana, Once Upon a Time. Okay, I'd love to see that cast. For an Ignoble Hierarch. That's annoying. GT's not even very good against it, like not only the oof, but also because of the Elvish Reclaimers. So I think I'm just gonna get Batterskull here anyway. Yeah. And if the last card we don't know about is Snuff Out, then that sucks. It is not Snuff Out. Okay, cool. We've got a game to play. 5 is a bit of damage. I could block bounce with Thalia. I think I will. Now that's a good one. I can't really just attack with Cauldron, I lose that race, so instead I'm gonna hold it back and surprise with the Cauldron blocker. I wonder if he's playing Haywire Might off of this Urza Saga, because that might change my choice. That's probably still worth it, though. I can get to kill this Reclaimer for free. If I draw a field or wastelands, then I get to be safe from the might. Yeah, I'm gonna take this up to. I'll take this up to 5. Very annoying GT. I think I'm gonna hold it back as a blocker again. That's pretty tricky. Oh, it's just a needle. Okay. Needle for Stoneforge. Okay. Yeah, I guess I should have thought of that and just put the Batterskull in now. Slayer of the Hydra could potentially be a problem, but like I think if he had Haywire Might, he would have gotten it here. Which is kind of indicating to me that he just doesn't have an answer for this Cauldron, really. Oh, and he needles Mom instead. Okay. That's also fine. I think it makes a certain amount of sense here, based on what we've seen, but... Take up to 5. What do we have? Solitude would be cool. Plains doesn't do much. At this rate, I'm gonna start attacking. And now I can either cast some 2-drops, or I could put Yorion in my hand. I think I'm going to put Yorion in my hand here. Another Dryad Arbor. I think there's just another scenario. If they don't hit Green Sun or Natural Order, then we're in really good shape. Otherwise we're dead. What is this being spent on? Okay, Lair of the Hydra. Okay, that's fine. So what? It's a 5/5. Oh, they did draw Natural Order. Okay. Yep. All right, we're dead. Bummer. Like I said, Natural Order really just ends up being the only card that matters. What are the next draw? Solitude. That's what we really needed to see. How's everybody doing tonight? Doing on this fine Thursday evening? Alright, let's go. We're on the play this time. Pick my new Yorion. And this hand is kind of stinky. It's got like enough weird pieces going on that it's not really dead against anything. Which is why I'm somewhat inclined to keep it, but it's not great. It does top deck well at the very least. I'll keep it. Hopefully it's not a matchup where Torch is really bad, but we'll see. Haven't gotten into play in a while. Ancient Den. Oh, we are playing against Hammer Time, huh? That's a little scary, because we don't have any removal. And a second Spirit of the Labyrinth is not quite what I was looking for, but I'll cast it. I think we're better off doing that than wasting them. Both because, yeah, they are an Urza Saga deck, and also I think we might need to just Iganjo something soon. We'll see. Okay, Stoneforge. Alright, there is a Colossus Hammer in their hands. And I'm going to resolve this prediction real quick, because we are, in fact, ordering Boba. I would like to choose the outcome. Yes, we did order it. There we go. Aetherval, you're a little late there. let's see. So what do we do here? One option is we could hold up Igonjo and the Ornithopter, and as long as they don't put a hammer on it until they attack, then we can Igonjo the Ornithopter in response to them casting the hammer. I think that's our best bet. It's not a very good one, but I think it's our best one. And I will also attack. Oh, they have their own Igonjo. Yeah, no blocks. Putting on the Stoneforge. Cool. If they have two hammers, then we die. That's just how it goes sometimes. They have two hammers, we're dead. Sure. Wait, what? That's not... Okay. Alright, I guess we're alive. We shouldn't be, but we're alive. Alright, so we'll waste the Saga. Play Vile, cast another Spirit just to get in the way. That's not how that's supposed to go, but I'll take it. I'm glad it didn't attack with the other one. Okay, it's even bigger. Pure Steel Paladin's a bit of a bummer because I think that means we don't have like a single card that we can draw here to like be safe for a while. Yep, we're dead. Okay. But we know what we're playing against. I want the Council's Judgments. Cage is probably not good. This is not yet again, not another Torch matchup, which is very sad. What else is this not? I think I'll just cut Spirit here. Probably leave it at that. Hey Toast, how's it going? Yeah, that seems fine. Alright, let's try that again. Now that we know what we're against. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, because we can curve into Stoneforge for GT. If that doesn't work out, Wisp is specifically good if they need Sigarda's aid to put their hammers on stuff. I like this hand. I think I would rather have Containment Priest for the luck factor of Wisp as a Vindicate than Spirit being basically just a 3-1. Oh, calm down. Calm down. Chill out. I said chill out. Does that change anything? I'm just wondering if there's now an argument for playing Thalia so we don't die next turn, potentially, to like double hammer. It's possible that's playing too scared. But it's also going to be so long before the Stoneforge gets to kill an Ornithopter anyway that I think it might be better in this spot to play Thalia. They won't be able to kill us, but they might put a hammer on one of the Ornithopters, and then we can wisp the Ornithopter and on our next turn, and then be in a pretty good spot, I think. Mm-hmm. You got it. I will take 10. Where did that come from? I must have clicked on that by accident. What do we got here? Another plains. I'll play out the Caracas. Alright, wisp the Ornithopter to do the unequipped business. Thalia can attack here. Vile. I'm just gonna not cast that, I think. So now we can Stoneforge, get a Jite, and now we're gonna be in a much better spot to deal with these hammers. Swords on Thalia, interesting. I'll give it pro white. Okay. Ingenious Smith reveals... It reveals Ancient Den. Okay. Stoneforge. Okay. I assume that's going to be a hammer. Yep. Okay. Gonna put Jite on Thalia because first strike with Jite is the best thing ever. Dancy Booch, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good evening. Now we just pass, and we will use Jite counters to kill whatever they try to hammer. Notably, it'll be a little bit of a bummer if they can like play an artifact to trigger Ingenious Smith that isn't hammer, because I can't kill it, and because then they can just like flash in the hammer. They do exactly that. The nice thing is that I'm not as worried about an ingenious smith having a hammer because I have this mom in play. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to block like this. Um, let me think. I guess there's no... Maybe that doesn't make sense. I was thinking if they have two hammers in hand, then I think I'm dead no matter what. Um, so I just want to incentivize them using hammer in an inefficient way. Yeah, so I should be able to kill this ornithopter for free. Yeah, let's do this. Yep, they hammer. What did they target? And if they just have double hammer, then we're dead. And that's what happens when they draw three hammers, I guess. Shadow Spear. That's another way to do it. That kills me, doesn't it? So that's gonna have 10. That's gonna have 10 power exactly. Right, because it's gonna get the Giete -1 counters this Shadow Spear -1, so it's just gonna have the 10 from the Colossus Hammer, which means that I can gain 2 with this Giete counter and live at least one more turn. Yeah, okay. And I'll also just give Mom Pro White here so that I can F6. Okay, cool. And we're actually in an okay spot because we have this Cauldron in hand, so we can just block this next turn. So we'll attack for some counters. I'm going to move Jite over to the Wisp to potentially get more counters. And yeah, we can put Cauldron in as a blocker on the Ornithopter and do a bunch of other stuff and be in a good spot. Can block here, and I'll block here. Yep. And now we'll go to first strike damage. I'm going to let that happen. And then after first strike damage, I'm going to try to Pro White the Flicker Wisp. Never mind, I won't do that. Or no, I still will, actually, because I can... yeah, so the two GT counters will cancel out the Iganjo. And I can still Pro White it so that I still eat the Ingenious Smith for free. F6 again. Sick. All right. That was a tight one. That felt good. Yeah, keep this. I also always love some D&T. Playing this deck for basically forever. It's just too much fun. This hand is pretty slow and does not have a second land. My opponent also mulligans, notably. Opponent mulliganed to 5. Do I like this hand? I think I like this hand enough. It's at least doing something proactively against the mulligan. Something proactive and good. If we draw a land on curve, we can cast the Skyclave, but worst case scenario, we'll have Timeless Dragon in front of the land. I'm almost tempted to put back a Vial with this hand because I kind of want. I think it's Vial or Dragon, I guess. But I kind of like. I am going to keep it for sure. It's just I'm bottoming either Dragon or Vial. I guess I should probably bottom Dragon because I'm not going to cycle it on my turn 2 anyway. Yeah, because I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna put back Dragon. Opponent's mulligan to 4. Uh-oh. This might be an easy one. Or we might just die immediately, who knows. Alright, they have kept their 4. Saga, Ornithopter, Opal. And that's it. Okay. I was going to say, if I drew a Wasteland, I would probably snap it off. Or I would absolutely snap it off, I should say. That's not a probably. Hey, Strass Daddy, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. Playing game 3 against good old Hammer. Let's get a Jite, pass the turn. I wonder what this Saga is going to get. Interesting. They have a Paladin. Okay. Well, knowing that they have no other cards in hands, I think I'm fine just throwing my mom under the bus here. Just soak up some damage. Knowing specifically that there are no cards in hand is what's drawing me towards that play. Yeah, so now I can Skyclave the Hammer, and they're back to needing to draw a hammer. And if they don't, then I get GT counters next turn, and then the game kind of falls apart for them, I think. Of course, they top deck a hammer. Okay. Well, that changes things. Hammer into Wasteland. That's absurd. Okay. Jeez. I guess Stoneforge isn't super valuable now, so we'll get rid of that. Man, what a beating. All right. Let's see what happens. So we're going to take 10, that's for sure. I guess taking 12, sure. I'm going to keep this on 3 because that'll make Recruiter into a good draw. We draw another Stoneforge. That works because we can get Cauldra then. We can just chump block this with the Skyclave, and then next turn we have Cauldra as a blocker. Yeah, I don't really see any other options. And then, yeah, I might as well cast the Jutei. All right, I can live with that. Sadly giving them a 1/1, but not going to matter a ton. I'm going to keep Vile on 3 for the same reason as last time. Oh, that was a bad move on their part. Nice. So we could put Cauldron into play and equip Jite this turn. Yeah, I guess we might as well, right? Yeah, we should. Jite counters are going to matter. I'm going to keep my Ganjo in my hand for the time being. Obviously, if they have Plow, then this sucks, but that's going to be bad regardless of our timing, so... Oh my god, give me a break. So now we go to... Yeah, we're going to 1. Jesus Christ, these top decks. So now I wish my Vial was on 5, but I think we're still okay this turn at least. If I had Vial on 5, then we could put GT on Stoneforge attack, get counters, and then Yorion. But as is, we just have to Yorion this board as it is. But could be worse. So we get Cauldron back. We'll get a Batter Skull off the Stoneforge. Okay. Wow, that was like 5 demonic tutors in a row we beat. But we got there. Grandpa Anarchy. That's a good name. What do we got here? Yeah, that seems fine. Windswept Heath, you say? Windswept Heath, Tropical Island, Ponder. It's an interesting combination of cards. It's leaning me towards Bant control at this point, I think. They shuffled off their first Ponder, so if I had drawn a Wasteland, I would have gotten them there, but I would have assumed that they were light on lands and got them, but we could not, so I didn't. Oh, they have a Wasteland of their own. Could be Rug? No, because the Windswept Heath can't be Rug Delver is the thing, so I'm not sure about that. If they're going to Wasteland me, I would rather they Wasteland the Iganjo, so we'll start there. Force, pitches, Brainstorm, so we learn nothing. Another Brainstorm. Another Swords to Plowshares. Well, I think I am going to start being annoying with the Sash. Just try to start getting big and attacking. There's the white that I expected. Blue, green. Yep. Band control. Makes this Lion Sash feel even better. Oh, double Wasteland, jeez. Hope I can draw planes soon. Although they don't seem super interested in wasting me, which is nice. That is not a plains, unfortunately, but we'll be okay. Yeah, that match was a little tight, a little tighter than I wanted it to be. Yeah, let's just hit him for 4. I probably should have kept the plains untapped there, because they can waste me off of the white from the Caracas, but oh well. The one good thing about Hammer is that it is... I feel like combat math is one of my biggest strengths, and that is definitely a combat deck math. In some ways, obviously, like if they just put a hammer on something, it's like enormous. It kind of stops being about combat math, but like there are definitely times where it does. So Under Mountain Adventure, okay. Well, we're gonna get to get another plains, which is nice. This seems really risky for them. Holy shit. They get a plains, sure. What are you? Okay, that's fine. I'll just give it pro white. Do I like booster draft? I don't really play any like set limited. I think I would enjoy it if I did. I just like don't usually have the time to like really like dig into a set format and learn it. But I do have a Pauper Cube that I love playing, partially because so many of the games are about just combat math. All right, it's all the swords and a hierarch. Interesting. Okay, and now these lands are going. I don't care about getting bigger on the sash. Okay. Well, never mind. I guess I'm getting a little bit bigger. But I was gonna say I was gonna focus on getting the plows out of their yard, just in case they cast an endurance later to make the endurance worse. All right, now we go down Lost Well. What do we got? Wisp planes. I definitely want the planes. I don't think I want the wisp though. So let's do that. I will swords this while they don't have 2 cards to force. Just because that way they can't take the initiative back. Yeah, I've played a peasant cube once or twice before. I think the one thing that definitely has a very similar vibe. I think the reason I prefer Pauper is that I think in Peasant Cube you have to be careful because sometimes the uncommons can really can sort of be like the clear best cards. Sometimes like the uncommons are just better than the commons in some cases. It's not always the case, but that was something that I felt when I played it a few times. Alright, Combat Mom. Look, you're right, but you know what? Just imagining society when society when meme, but with when what the he conceded while I was activating, so it kind of threw that off. What was I saying? Oh yeah, society when Stoke the Flames gets downshifted. I highly doubt it ever will. There's not really a good reason to, but I'll dream about it anyway. There we go. Yep, cut Lauren because there's no targets. Containment Priest because there's nothing to do with it really. And Thalia because I just don't like Thalia against any deck playing Uro, especially when we are on the draw. I think I'm happy enough with this hand. It's like a little awkward, doesn't do anything particularly well, but it's not like we're under any pressure, so. That's another good one to play. So they just pass, that's fine. We're going to start by casting Thalia to potentially bait out a removal spell. I think I would rather, if they're going to Wasteland me, I think I would like them to hit the Wasteland over anything else. So I'll play Thalia just to bug them, potentially bait out a removal spell or a Force of Will or whatever. Because that means that Stoneforge is more likely to resolve, and if you resolve Stoneforge and untap with it, then the game often just ends. There's the potential Wasteland. Ice Fang. Okay, good to know about Ice Fang, since we have Torch in our deck. I don't think we... Oh no, we did see at least one Snow Basic last game, so I should have thought about that, actually. Not a huge problem here, but... So at the very least, this Stoneforge is resolving. And they don't have any white mana in play, so I'm kind of inclined to just Cauldron check them. Either Sash or Jite have some appeal, but no, I think we're going for it. No, there we go. But they obviously still have to have the removal, although I would be surprised if they also didn't have that. Yep, there we go. Stoke the Plowshares. That would be so good. Not feeling super incentivized to do anything in particular, so I'm just going to put Yorion into our hands. What do I got here? Green, white, blue, green. Teferi. Okay. I was a little worried about that. Mostly just because it might mean that we're discarding a card next turn. We really got to draw land here to avoid that. We don't draw land. That's actually... I guess this works. I mean, it's better than discarding a card for no reason, so. Blue, white for Ponder, sure. Generally, I feel extremely good about this matchup because they don't really have a good way to actually win the game. Uro is very easy to control with Caracas and Swords and Wisp and Graveyard Hate and Council's Judgment and Skyclave and every other removal spell we have. If they have specifically Jace in their deck and they like have a force for our Skyclave, then things can look a little bit worse, but that's about it. Otherwise, I feel pretty good. I'm going to get rid of this Teferi, though, before I can... Hello? Might have to restart Moto after this. It's being a little laggy. Yeah, anyway, Skyclaving the Teferi before they get the chance to just tick it up, continue to be annoying, potentially just start drawing cards off it. Another Teferi. That's a little bit annoying. Because now they're going to get a 3-3. But it gives us something to do with the Wisp, if nothing else. Dryad Arbor. Interesting. Are they secretly a natural order deck? Feels a little weird, but it's seeming kind of possible. So we're going to start with a Plains cycle here. So we can finally get up to 5 mana. And I'm just going to Skyclave the Teferi again. Okay. Force pitching Atraxa, so they are a natural order deck. So notably, we'll want to bring in Containment Priest again when we go to Game 3. If there is a Game 3, I should say. Importantly, if they don't have a more... If they don't have a bigger threat than Atraxa, then they're going to, once again, have a hard time killing us through this Caracas. I guess the initiative is another way that they can kill us, so we have to be aware of that. Land here would be cool. I think we can be pretty... that's another good one. I think we can be pretty sure that they do not have a Jace in their deck, given everything that we've seen so far. So I think I feel confident that this Council's Judgment can just be used for removal on a creature. So I'm going to start with Stoneforge here. I'm going to get Jite, actually. And then I'm going to Wisp the Illusion token. This gives 2 very considerable threats. Each can take the initiative back from them and potentially protect it as well after that. Is the new frog D&T playable? The origami frog? Not as of yet, though I suppose it is possible. Is it cube playable? I hadn't really thought about it, but like maybe. I also love Convoke. I mean, I'll take any excuse to jam a Convoke spell into the cube. It really might be. Prismatic Ending on the Wisp, sure. Let me take 5 from that. That's fine. So they are extremely unlikely to have a removal spell in their hand, or the Stoneforge would be dead, which makes me feel like we can... I know we can't put GT on because we don't have enough mana for that. So I think... actually, I'm not going to do much else with my mana, so I think I actually want to use Council's Judgment here to hit the Undermountain Adventurer. And now I can put Cauldron in and attack. I have to attack the Teferi here, unfortunately, but I think that's fine because they're going to just take the initiative back on their turn anyway. Oh, you did have Oof in play at the same time, didn't you? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, those were good games. They were pretty close. Do you have Haywire Might in your deck and you just chose to get Needle because you couldn't activate it? Or do you just not have Might? didn't have my option if there's space. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I should always assume that it could come off of it. Swords on the Cauldra. Sure, that's fine. Oh, well, that makes some of my choices pretty easy here. Let's see if GTA resolves. That'll decide what we do with the rest of our turn. Cool, it resolves. So we'll equip there. Bounce Uro to their hands. And now we'll get a plains. What can we... So we could... I could use the counters and the swords to just get everything off the board. I think that's probably right. Like, the main punish is probably... If they draw Wastelands for the Caracas, then when they just replay Uro... I guess they can't replay Uro because I'm going to take 2 mana away from them, so... Yeah, I like this. I'm just going to kill it all. Linear algebra homework. Glad I never had to do that. Noble Hierarch famously bad against Umezawa's Jite. And they scoop. Cool. For real, though? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Relating to that, which I unfortunately cannot relate to. I do have a fake CS degree, that's for sure. This is basically a mole to 6 with the Cauldra in our hands, but it's a pretty fine one. Yeah, I think it's fine. Cavern? What is Cavern naming? Cavern's naming insect, huh? It's gonna be that bullshit. I should have not played the Field of Ruin, actually. I should have played the Wasteland over it. What do we want to do here? Yeah, not playing the Wasteland there is going to really beat us up here. So I think I just want to put the Wisp into play. I'm just going to flicker their Vial to buy a little bit of time. And then next turn I'm probably going to port Holding Up Swords. Oh, I forgot that's all permanents. I thought it was just creatures. That's all permanents. Okay, never mind. Whoops. So I guess I just needed to Swords this and then like play Wasteland or something. Probably should have taken that block, actually. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly how this deck even works, so we'll see. They have another Mariner. Okay, that's a bummer. Alright, so this is the part where they... Okay, I thought there was something where they like mill their whole deck or something. Maybe that's upcoming, who knows. Oh, I can attack Grist, so that's something. And I can't port or Wasteland them without spending 3 mana to do it, so I think I'm just going to hold up a Swords to Plowshares and hope that that is supposed to matter. Right, okay, so this is where they put a bunch of garbage changelings on top of their deck, right? And then they mill them all with Grist and then something happens. Right, and so now the Grist will just kill me unless I find a Skyclave to kill it. Or a Wisp would also work. So Wisp, Skyclave, those are probably the only two. I might as well use this Swords on something. And then we just die. Okay. Alright. I now need to remember how this deck works. So, Judgment seems good. If I can bring them over. There we go. Is Rest in Peace good? It seems like it must be. Yet again, another Torch. The matchup Torch isn't good. Containment Priest doesn't seem good. And what else? Probably Spirit. Sure, let's try that. I would love to play first. What do we got? Sure, I'll keep this. Oh yeah, I should have kept a Containment Priest for Vile. You're right about that. Kind of forgot that they're a Vile deck. I have lost no games to having etched Yorion, thankfully. So far, at least. Alright, they have a Grist. And they have a Vile. So I know they have an answer to Rest in Peace because we saw a Masked Vandal in there. Actually, wait, Masked Vandal isn't an answer to Rest in Peace. So they must have. They probably have to have something else, or some like backup plan I'm not familiar with. But we'll see what happens. The backup plan might just be attacking like a normal person, but we will see. I wonder if it's actually right to Stoneforge first. Yeah, I think I should Stoneforge first. Yeah, there I have seen that before. I didn't know if they were separate decks or if it's just two different combos in the same deck. But that makes sense to me that that's another thing to be worried about. I'm gonna get Jite for that reason. What do you got? Magda's Changeling. Okay. If they have another Rainbow Lands, then they can Grist away Stoneforge, but they need to have something in off of Vile to keep the Grist from dying. So, okay. Green, black, white. Yep. Okay, there's +1. I would like to draw white sources, but I'll live with this. nothing in off Violon 2. If they are trying to... Okay, I was going to say, if they're trying to Dwarven Recruiter us, then we can just cast Rest in Peace after they grist plus a bunch. Looks like that's not happening, at least not yet. What is this? Once upon a time. I'm very happy for this to be what they're spending their mana on, at least. Caracas. That's a little annoying. Alright, let's see. What do we draw? Cauldra. That's a good one to draw. That's pretty sick. Let's go. Yeah, that should be fine. Thinking real hard about this deck that I don't understand. Alright, blue insect spell. Alright, it's Moth Changeling again. It feels like so many cards in this deck are really bad if you draw them, which seems kind of funny. Oh yeah, so what they can do is... Yeah, okay, got it. Yep. Oh, I should have attacked before they went to combat for that reason. I'm going to do this now. Oh, I should have actually just killed the changelings in response in the first place. Yeah, okay. Whoops. So they're getting some treasures. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter, but they shouldn't have them, so that is just a fact. If they try to bounce it, I'll kill it again. And I'm gonna clear their board regardless, so might as well just do this. Maybe I'm not supposed to. I don't know. This matchup's weird. Still don't have a second white source, but I'm probably gonna have to use this Field of Ruin to get it. So what are we doing here? I think no, because they have too much mana, I think, for that to matter. I think I am just going to... Yeah, I'm going to hit their Cavern of Souls here. I was wondering if they had any more basics. Looks like they don't, which is good. And yeah, I'm just going to cast Vile and Wasteland them. Yeah, we'll do that. Not sure if that Wasteland was good, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Hey Trilith, how's it going? Yeah, this is my first time playing against it, so I'm getting a little bit frazzled by it. We lost game 1, but obviously game 2 here is looking pretty good, so. I like yummy food. Those are good things to have. Yeah, let's just attack. Alright, this is what we're going to try to do. I'm just going to Skyclave their Vile, Wastelands their unclaimed territory, and then I think they're just going to have no... Okay, they have a Grist, so that's annoying, but... Does that really change anything? I don't think so. Oh, hell yeah, I love Bibimbap. We haven't had Korean in a while. Alright, cool, we win. So I'm going to bring back in Containment Priest, because I'm a dummy and cut it the first time. I'll cut the second Spirit, and I think otherwise I'm happy with what we have. Oh, sorry, yeah, other than right, you've been making kimchi fried rice. That was very rude of me. I was thinking, we haven't gone out for Korean in a while. Well, this hand doesn't work. This hand also doesn't really work. Yeah, that's true. It does scratch the itch. Do we have to keep this and just hope? They kept 7, so... I feel like if we're lucky with the lands that we draw, then this could work out. Like, we only need to draw 1 land in our first 3 draw steps. In our first 2 draw steps, I should say. To cast at least one of these Skyclaves on curve, and we have the Solitude. I feel like we gotta try it. Because I don't think going to 5... Like, going to 5 is going to be really rough. So I think I'm going to keep it and bottom the Wisp. It's either Wisp or Mom. I'm not sure which. Mom doesn't really matter. It should probably just be Wisp. Turn 1 Aether Vial. All 3 games, huh? Alright, another Solitude is kind of something. It's good against one half of their deck, and it's not good against the other. Annoying. Nope. Didn't want to see that. the exact opposite of what we wanted to see. Yeah, I can see that. There we go. That's something. Keep Vile on 2. They play Caracas. Magda. Hmm. So here I'm feeling like we should Solitude the Mariner, pay the extra, and then bounce the Magda, and then um, next turn we can Skyclave the Vile, and they don't actually have a way to play Magda. And even if they do, we have a Solitude. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna get rid of the Wisp here. We do that, and then we bounce the Magda, and then we have 6. Okay, so I guess they could get a treasure token to replay, but it's not. Yeah, it's like very unlikely that they can even do anything off of it. So we are in a little bit of a pickle with them having a Caracas, though, because it means we don't have a way to answer the Magda as it is right now. But we'll figure it out. At the very least, this should slow them down somewhat. Getting rid of this Vial. I'm fine with that. I can live with that. Okay. They did have another rainbow land, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So what can they do here other than make 2 treasure tokens? Is that it? I guess it's 3. They can make 3 treasure tokens. If I Solitude the Magda, forcing them to bounce it, then they're still just making 2, and then basically presenting the exact same threat next turn. So I think I don't fight over this Mutavault. Well, that's frustrating. I guess I just have to pass here and bounce. So if I bounce Magda here and Solitude the Moth Dust Changeling, then I buy a turn, right? Yeah. So maybe maybe she was supposed to get rid of this Moth Dust Changeling before, honestly. Yeah, I'm just not. First time playing against this deck, I'm gonna make mistakes. Yeah, because I think if I go rid of the Moth Dust Changeling, then they just wouldn't have like any of these treasure tokens. And it wouldn't even matter that Magda's in play. Or at least this would be happening over a much longer time span. Now their hand is empty, which is good. Unfortunately, I'm a bit under the gun and still don't have an answer to this Magda. That barely helps, but it is something, right? Or is it anything? I guess I have to hope that this is something. I'm just going to hit their Retrofitter Foundry, I think. Yeah, forces them to bounce the Magda, which is barely anything, but is maybe something. And I get rid of the Foundry. And now I'm in a spot where at least I draw the land, which is good for me. At least now if I draw a wasteland, then I can potentially get rid of this Magda. Alright, what do they get? Oh. Well, that's something. I'm at 1. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright. Alright, yeah, you learn some things against decks you never see before. Or have, I mean, like I said, I've seen it before, but that's the first time I've ever played against it, so. Yeah. Having to play against two, like, completely separate combos is a little rough. I definitely would have played that game. I definitely would have played the game 3 better if I was more familiar with it. I don't really remember much of what happened in the first game, if there's anything differently I could have done. I would believe that, but at the same time, 3/3 double strikers for 2 mana. What is that? Because that does sound scary. I didn't see anything like that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did not see that card at all. That does seem scary. Oh no, I got GLHF'd. Got bad news. Yeah, I didn't see that. I think without that card specifically, I'm probably not super worried about their aggro plan because it doesn't seem super fast. We have a lot of removal anyway, and I think we're probably able to like Um, I'm gonna keep this. Probably reasonable for us to like kind of disrupt the aggro plan the same way we're disrupting the Magda plan. Um, and the only problem then is that the recruiter grist plan is like completely separate. There's like no no overlap in what you're doing to stop that. Cavern again. This time on human. Simian Spirit Guide, Chalice of the Void on 1. Okay. Yeah, deck is rare. Who knows if I'll ever see it again, but... so this is probably red-white initiative then. I wish I didn't have 2 Aether Vials that I can't cast, but other than that, I'm not super scared of what's going on here. Oh, especially if they just don't have another land. That's pretty horrible for them, huh? This is, I just want to point out, this is the first recruiter that we have drawn all night so far. Our 5th match, and we have finally drawn our first recruiter. We already have Solitude for removal, so I'm going to get Stoneforge as a threat. Giants off Cavern. I'm not sure what that's for. No, what? Yeah, I'm not sure what that's for. Bummer. Oh, it's red-green. Red-green playing Caverns? That's weird. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to play Cavern because you have Minsc Moo in your deck. I feel like this is a known problem. That still doesn't explain the Giant, though, because Undermountain Adventure is an Orc. So what Giant is in their deck? Oh, boy. I just want to get another Stoneforge. Obviously, I'm going to discard a card here, but these vials will never matter. So, yeah, Bone Crusher must be it. But even then, like, Human doesn't cover Undermountain. So, I feel like this should be on Orc or Warrior or something. I don't know. Jeez, we're just never drawing lands, huh? Yeah, sure. I'll discard another card. Whatever. Which do I want here? Doesn't really matter. I can at least cast Rita next turn if if they Fury me again or whatever. Another Vial to discard. Another Fury, pitching Fable this time. Another card that cannot be cast through Cavern. Another Chalice on one. It is? I thought it was an Orc. I could have sworn it was an Orc. Yeah, I was thinking that too. A Chalice on 2 would have actually been kind of a huge problem, but instead they didn't, so we're totally fine. Oh boy, let's go! I probably honestly shouldn't reveal it, but I'm gonna. It's not really gonna matter that much. I'm gonna board it out anyway. Come on. Get out of here. Just leave me alone. I'm going to go down the right side. Obviously, they're at 3, so trap is sort of tempting. But I think I just want to dig for a land to cast Cauldron and kill them that way. Just like that. Obviously, bottoming the swords there was a little bit risky, but I don't think we're in the worst spot, even if we don't hit the land there, because we still have the Solitude in our hands. Oh, also, they have Chalice on 1, so obviously getting... Never mind, I'm a genius. Getting rid of the swords was always the correct choice. So we bring in Chalice, board out Torch, and then board out something else. Probably Thalia. I'm not boarding in Yorion. We're going to talk a little bit about boarding in Mindbreak Trap, though, because it is not very likely that they're going to cast 3 spells to cast a 4-drop. Most of the time, it's going to be like Chalice plus Chrome Mox plus Chalice, Chrome Mox plus Spirit Guide. That said, I think there are much there are some pretty bad cards in our deck that aren't going to really do much of anything anyway. And for that reason, actually, Dragon's worse than Thalia. And for that reason, I'm going to bring it in because there's a chance it's going to work out. And if it does, it's really good. And it being a bad top deck isn't going to matter that much when when the games that we lose are going to be over like immediately. So this is kind of an experiment, giving it a shot. But I want to make sure that I'm boarding out the right cards first. I think I am. I might actually want Thalia over Jite. Just to have, because creatures in play matters a lot when you have to fight over the initiative. So I think I'll do that. If this had a white source, I would keep it, and then we would get some data. But unfortunately, it doesn't, so we're mulliganing. This hand's really good, though. I'm gonna keep in. Do I bottom the Spirit or do I bottom the Lauren? Lauren's like way better in the matchup, but Spirit gets on the board earlier, so it's a little difficult to pick. But because I think it has to be one of those two. Maybe we can. We're gonna keep it regardless. We can think. There's a chance we could just bottom Vial here. But I don't think we want to. So I think we just want to put Spirit on bottom. Alright, Ancient Tomb. It's probably going to be a Fable. Yeah, okay. One of the many reasons I'm happy to have Lauren in this matchup. What do we get here? Port. Okay. I was thinking there's a chance I want to Swords the Shaman token. With Port, I think I'm happier to port the Ancient Tomb as my way of slowing them down and keep Swords for a better target. Binning Minsk and Boo and the Caves of Chaos Adventurer, huh? That's pretty good. Not gonna lie, that card's good. Oh no. No more lands, huh? Into elves, bro. What are you drafting? What's going on over there? Cool. Untap with Mom. Feels great. Can we draw Stoneforge? Never mind. We do not have to draw Stoneforge. I'm now wondering if there's a potentially a chance I wanted to actually um, get rid of the treasure token here, because I can just bounce Lauren and kill the reflection of Kiki Jiki next turn before it does anything. The only problem is if they do something different here that I have to answer differently, um, then I would be kind of punished there. But do I block this? No, because they have 5 mana. I should not block it. Because they're gonna, I guess, well, because they're gonna cast Fury here anyway. So I guess the only, if they have Fury, they can hardcast it here anyway. So I think actually I should have blocked and given pro red. Because if they cast the Fury here, I'm just deciding which of the 2 creatures I want to keep, and I think the answer is going to be Lauren either way. So yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe I do keep Mom here. Yeah, with them on 2 cards, never mind. I'm going to keep Mom. So I guess I did do this the right way. Never mind. Sadly, Skyclave is non-token. But I can Swords the Fury here, port the City of Traders, and then hopefully we draw a land. And I'm keeping Karakas untapped in case they cast a Minsc and Boo. I would almost rather they cast an initiative. No, actually, Minsc and Boo would probably be the best thing for them to cast here, because I can just bounce the Boo and then Skyclave the Minsc. What's going under this Chrome box? It is Once Upon a Time. Okay. This is probably Undermountain Adventure. Or, I guess it could be anything, so never mind. Okay. They have a Caves of Chaos Adventurer. I was gonna say I'm actually pretty okay if they attack here. Because it gives me the potential to just take the initiative from them right away. They keep the forest in their hands. Flicker Wisp. Yeah, so I Skyclave the Adventurer, and now I have the option to just take the initiative from them right away, and I'm kind of tempted to. It's bad into another Fury, but anything that it's bad against, they're drawing off the top of their deck, and I'm happy to just, especially now that we drew this Wisp, actually, I'm pretty happy to trade Skyclave for this token just to get it off the board. And then between Wisp and Solitude, I'm in a pretty good spot to hold on to the initiative from there. Oh, whoops, I meant to play that. I just pressed 1 too many times. Of course, top deck's Fury. Okay. My opponents are really drawing good cards off the top of their deck tonight. That's fine, because that's what I'm going to hit with my Solitude anyway. So the big punish here from not playing my lands might be if they top deck a Minsc and Boo, and then we won't have the Caracas up, but we'll see what happens. Yep, so we go to 9. Okay. They drew a card that does not matter, so that's very good for us. So the plan here is we're going to Solitude the Fury, because we need to, or we die. We'll take 4, 5, 6, and go down to 3. But now we can use Solitude to take back the initiative, go back up to 6, start digging for more cards, and we can also play Wisp on the big illusion to keep them from taking the initiative right back again. Don't want either of those, so that's a very good scry. Yeah, so I'm just gonna Wisp the big illusion and put Yorion into my hands. Is it bad that you're rooting for them this game because you want to see Mindbreak Trap in Game 3? Yes, it is bad. Because I think I am pretty fortunate to have gotten this far, and I don't want to have to play another game. Hello? There we go. Alright, I think untapping here is probably the writing on the wall for them, but we'll see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I think this game's over. Beat Mill with Hammer. Yeah, I guess Mill is probably pretty tough, huh? You just get, like... Tasha's Hideous Laughter probably just, like, destroys you, doesn't it? And also getting through crabs is probably pretty frustrating. Yeah, exactly. Mill infinity cards, basically. Alright, I'm going to Solitude this just to keep putting on the pressure. We're going to get a skeleton here as well. Recruiter is a good one. So attack here. Put them to 11. We go to a very safe life total. And now critically, the Spirit's going to cut off the second chapter of Fable, which is pretty massive. And I'll tap City to cut off the most mana. Oh no, they're choosing to discard. Oh no. Oh, it's Chromox Forest. So, I wonder what their last card is. Minsc and Boo that we have the Caracas for. Yep. Alright, cool. The match is done. All right, cool. A 3-2 for that league. As always, between the first and second league, I'm going to take a quick break, get a beverage, fill my water, things like that. 4 cut short, dude, that's insane. But anyway, I'll be back in probably 10 or so minutes for the second league, and hopefully let's root for a trophy. Let's get it this time. Hey, I'm back. Let's do it. You should not splash Zergo and Ojutai off of 2 islands. You should instead build your deck such that you can play Zergo and Ojutai better. Because that card is sick. Alright. This person likes to play a lot of blue-white X decks. I would happily keep this if it had 2 lands, but it does not. This also doesn't have 2 lands. Okay, sure. Let's get rid of the Jite and the Field of Ruin, I guess. Yep, everything got released on Moto this past Tuesday, I think. I'm a splash hater. Can't deny it. Yep. Every time you say listen, I just don't know what's going to happen next. Alright. I wish we could test the new Thalia. I think the new Thalia is really cool. Just, you know, can't really play it. Snapcaster on a Ponder is perfectly fine by me. They shuffle off the Ponder. I'm just going to recruit for a Stoneforge here. I do not hate frogs. That is slander. Yeah, whatever, I guess. I'm just gonna keep this slow for a bit, so I can skyclave this back to basics. Never mind. Okay, whatever. It's all the non-basics, huh? This is probably gonna get forced anyway, but yeah, it's getting forced. That swords just seems unnecessary. I don't want to play this game anymore. So let's just go to game 2. Bring in 2 Council's Judgments. I think we just cut 2 swords and make it easy. Yeah, that's it. This is a great hand. Not in the only for certain grindy matchups. Nice. Untapping with mom. I like that. Oh my god. My computer is dying. Hello? Can you guys see me? We're good? My computer just froze up for a second there. Alright, cool. I think it's just Magic Online going completely crazy. Um Yeah, if he wants to trade off a Snapcaster here for a Spirit, I'm pretty fine with that. He does not. Cool. I'm not sure whether to be afraid of... What is this? Oh, Shark Typhoon? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure how afraid to be of like Supreme Verdict or anything like that. I think I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna chill here. Maybe I should have flashed in Containment Priest there, actually, to make sure that I can kill the Teferi. Although I guess I'm going to be able to anyway, so never mind. Because they have to bounce the Spirit. Or they don't have another white source, I mean. So we're good there. Thankfully, we draw another land, so we can start getting somewhere. I'm going to keep only using my planes as much as possible so that we don't get back to basics. There's a whole lot of nothing going on over there. I think if he had Verdict, he probably would have cast it. So I'm fine casting one more Mother of Runes, especially since I have another one in the back pocket. Sure. That scares me. Now I think they have Supreme Verdict. Okay, not yet. Sure. I guess. Seems like a weird card out of this deck, but I guess. I was going to start with the mom and then probably put the spirit into play next turn, but I want to start by getting the removal out of their hands. There's a Jace. We have two answers in our hands, but they're going to have a force for the first one, almost certainly. So hopefully they don't have a force for the second one, or else I'm just going to cry. Snapcaster into... They don't have a removal spell. Yeah, they goofed. So it's just Snapcaster for nothing, which is a really good sign for me. So let's start with Skyclave. This is likely to get forced. Force pitches Brainstorm. And then what we can do is Solitude pitching. I think I'm going to pitch the Spirit here to hit the Snapcaster. And now they're F6'd, so I know that they don't have anything. If they had something to kill the mom, they would have used it before letting me untap. So I know that I can safely go for that attack. That's a pretty big deal. Doesn't shuffle with Ponder. Prismatic Ending on the mom. Back to basics. Sure. I think we're just going to leave this back to basics in play, for at least for the time being. Okay, sure. They have dress down. Because there's just, like, much juicier targets for this Council's Judgment. Like another Jace, something stupid like that. This back to basics is annoying, but it's not, like, that bad for us. At least not yet. Their own Containment Priest. Okay, so they get to eat the Stoneforge, I guess. But that's not a huge deal. Okay. Alright, another Plains is very good. I'm just going to cast this Containment Priest like normal. What does Narset get? It is a Supreme Verdict. Okay, I know about a verdict in their hands. Wasteland doesn't do anything here, other than eventually it'll cast like my Yorion or something. I think I do actually just need to use this judgment to start to keep control of these planeswalkers. I guess I'll play the Wasteland first, and then I'll judgment. I could, if this resolves, assuming it resolves, I could take the Containment Priest and try to attack the Teferi. I think that's a little risky, though. Because they very likely will have a removal spell. And I think that I should just take the Teferi directly, because the Containment Priest isn't really doing much right now anyway. It's annoying to leave the back to basics in play, but I think we just have to live with it now that we have 3 planes. Of course. Just all planeswalkers. I don't think this list runs Undoing, no. They might have one, but the way that this list is playing, I don't think they do. Yeah. I'm just so bored. I just need to draw like any action. That's not it. Okay. Yeah. I feel like my matches against this person end up like this a lot. I just like get all my threats answered early. Try to play the long game that I feel mostly okay in until I just peter out and draw lands and vials and stuff. Yeah, I might as well do this. Well, seems almost guaranteed to get countered, but actually it is. They have counterspell, so never mind. Yeah, we're out of here. Yeah. Well, frustrating start to this league, but whatever. Thinking about it a bit more, Chyleth, also, I think we have to probably just accept that if they have Narset Undoing, then we lose. Like, I don't think we have much to do against that. Like there's too much going wrong for us on the board as it is, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's go. This hand's fine. Scalding Tarn. I forgot to restart my Magic Online. Underground Sea Thoughtseize, huh? Well, I don't like that at all. Well, they took the swords, which is interesting. I think if it was Shadow, they probably would have fetched Watery Grave, right? Okay, it's some kind of aggro deck, I guess. Drawing all these lands. I am just gonna make them unable to cast spells. I hope I draw another port. That would be funny. I guess I really want to draw a 3-drop, actually. No, that's sort of a port, but not quite. Okay, so like Grixis, Delver-ish, something, something. Spell Dancer might not be Delver exactly, but it's some kind of Grixis tempo deck, I guess. I'm going to keep this on 3 for the time being. And I absolutely get rewarded for it, so that's cool. Yeah. I'm just going to Skyclave this. Don't have to worry at all about it triggering anything. Murktide. Okay. Probably should have anticipated that. But we have plenty of time, thankfully, so... let's see. So yeah, I think we don't... Maybe actually we still want a Wasteland. So next turn, we're going to put Yorion into our hand here, and then next turn we're going to, you know, do the Yorion thing, flicker Recruiter, get a Solitude. If we don't Wasteland them, then we can also just cast the Solitude next turn. And so the Murktide region doesn't get to attack us a second time. That might be worse than just waiting until the next turn to put it in with Vial and make sure that it is uncounterable. And the more I think about it, the more I think that's true. So I'm going to waste them and put Yorion in my hand. Okay, it is Delver. So notably here, we can actually I think actually what I'll do is I'll start with a Yorion on these, and then I'm going to wisp the Murktide as well. I guess in that case I should have just actually wisped before doing the Yorion, but we're in really good shape either way here. And then getting a Solitude. So if we Solitude the Murktide, it goes to 10, and then we have 7 in the air, and we just need 2 of our other creatures to hit. So it's only not lethal if they have Bolt, so they can Bolt Skyclave, and the Illusion can block Recruiter. I think because of that, I'm just going to attack with Yorion. Let's play it safe. And now I can safely just Solitude the Murktide, and should be pretty close to lethal. So the worst case scenario if I attack all is like they have to bolt the Flicker Wisp, which means they have to go like here, and they're super dead. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. Judgment and Rest in Peace. I don't want Torch, I don't want Containment Priest, and I think the other card I don't want is Lauren. There we go. Opponents play 3 companions. I assume that's in draft. Which companions were were any of them good ones? So like 1.5 fine companions. I assume that they were all just vanilla creatures, basically. I guess Gigantha always makes mana, right? And the new Mori is like much weirder. That's really rude. That's messed up. This seems a little awkward, but it's got a lot of good stuff in it. Should have remembered that this was a Thoughtseize deck, but I'll live. Yep. Taking Vial makes sense. I should have played the Port first, actually, over the Agandro, because if they have a Wasteland, I'm gonna wish. Okay, all good. But if they had a Wasteland, I would much rather my one land also be a white source. Oh Jesus Christ, that's what's happening. We're alive. Okay. I maybe should have cast a 2-drop, but I also just really want to make sure I get the planes out of this Timeless Dragon before they like Thoughtseize me again. They're just gonna him me again. Sure, whatever. Only the most fun matchups tonight. And you gonna play a Delver? Yep, you sure are. The annoying thing is I don't want to rest in peace until I get this Timeless Dragon out of my yard. But if I don't rest in peace and then they what's the word? If I don't rest in peace and then they cast a Murktide, then we're just super dead. Which is not a great spot to be in. I think we just have to. I think we just have to dodge the Murktide. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. Okay. I was gonna say it's annoying that hymns always come in doubles. I didn't think it was gonna come in triples, but at least we drew lands for this. Yeah, I'm gonna attack because this race is better for me, and I don't really want to play this game any longer than I have to. I am very much gonna laugh if they hymned me 3 times, hitting all my good cards, and then they still just lose. But it looks like they're casting a Murktide, because of course that's what they would top deck. Yep, alright. There we go. Good things can happen to me. Him should just not be in Delver. I missed when him was unplayable. I mean, I guess it still is, just I'm playing against it right now, so it feels kind of playable. Yeah, they are. We did see Mercurial Spelldancer in game one, so that's what they're trying to go for. Is just instead of casting Expressive Iteration off of their Spelldancer, they are trying to cast that card, him. Thing is, now their hymns aren't good because I'm just gonna always have an empty hand for forever. Alright. We're free from that match. We have played like nothing but nonsense all night. No, literally never doing a third league. In this, as long as I am streaming this time slot, never doing a third league. Zero shot. If I finish 2 early enough that like I could conceivably start a third, I am taking the W and going to sleep. Yeah, okay. Eight cast, you say? I would prefer if you didn't say, but at least we have Krakus. Torch is bad in this matchup, though. Good night, Mash and Boo. I'm going to do my best to stay hydrated. Thank you. There we go. Alright, can I draw a Wasteland? Wasteland would be cool. This Waste Saga and keep bouncing Emery. Darn. Can't win them all. These are going to be some pretty juicy constructs too, as they usually are out of 8 cast. So good thing we have 1 swords, but we don't really have a way to deal with the second one. At least not yet. Conveniently, yeah, they can't actually play. Can't play Emery there because then they would not have the mana to make a construct. So that's cool. Stoneforge is a nice draw. I think I want to start with the Spirit here. Because I think the Stoneforge resolving is going to be more critical for keeping these constructs in check. Because I currently don't have another way to deal with them. Force pitches Emery. Yep, that makes sense. Port alignment chart for Emery equals port. Ooh boy. I'm not. Alignment charts are not my specialty, but I might give that a shot. And I have to think of the parameters for the two axes before I like start naming cards. I just get a lotus petal, which I'm pretty happy about. There's the... Yeah, I'm going to have to use this on it eventually, so I might as well swords the construct before they attack me and potentially draw into another Force of Will. Because even if they like use this opportunity to cast Emery, I'm not. Look, it doesn't look like I'm going to be using the Caracas mana for anything anyway. So yeah, I fully agree. They pitch another Emery actually. Okay. Spire of Industry. Uh, Interesting. Usually Spire is only in the Painter builds from what I remember, but they have Psy, which is usually not in the Painter builds, so I'm not sure. Yeah, of course, Spear got forced into this. Ouchie, owie. And now this Skyclave doesn't really even have anything to target. That's a bit better, because Recruiter can get a Wisp and also Trump block. That's a lie. Recruiter is getting Lauren. Oh, I should have put this activated vial before this trigger went off, because now if they needle me, I'm going to be really sad. They had a Shadow Spear. Okay, I can live with that. I do not think I can afford to do that. I think Stoneforge needs to get Cauldron. I'm not sure what Sash would even be doing here. I don't think it can get big. I don't think it can get that big fast enough to compete with the token with the constructs as the given how big they are already. I'm not sure I'm into getting it as a pitch for Solitude when we don't have Solitude in our hand anyway. So I think what's going to be happening here is, let's do the math. So we're going to vial in Lauren on a construct, Cauldra in front of another, which means that we need to have a blocker for this construct. And the only way to do that is to Skyclave also. And I'm probably just going to Skyclave the Shadow Spear. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that has to work, essentially. I think we've got a shot here. It's just it's definitely dicey, but if we are able to live through this turn, I feel very good about our prospects with Lauren killing an artifact every turn. I just don't think that buying us 8 more life matters when it means that there's an entire extra construct in play. That's my concern. That's kind of annoying, but actually that's not the worst, actually. Because now we can get a plains, which means that we're going to be able to bounce Lauren on this turn still. And we can block. Yeah, that was huge for us. Oh, this might be an Odawara. Is that what they're trying to use? Oh, a Chalice on 2. That doesn't do anything, so that's fine. I just misclicked and meant to block, and now I lose. Well, that's really frustrating. I just, like, my finger just literally slipped. That was going to be a really cool game to come back from, too. That really sucks. Curious what we would have gotten to. I mean, Sword Splashers. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. We had that game from there, too. That really sucks. So with the number of cards we saw, I feel pretty confident that they're not on Painter. Just because, like, Emery got cast 2 or 3 times, didn't see a grindstone or a Painter Servant, so don't like Torch. Mom is very bad, and then I'm gonna cut the Containment Priest also. I would bring in Mindbreak Trap. I've done it before in this matchup. The thing is, like, it is a matchup where they don't really cast, like, they cast the most spells on their first turn, but none of the spells that they cast on that first turn actually matter that much. Yeah. Yeah, not memeing, actually talking about it. All right. Well, we punted a game to using Magic the Gathering Online, so let's see if we can bring it back. This hand's a little slow, but it does have a Wasteland, which is a big deal. The Vial is also very good. I'm going to keep this. Damn, that's a huge bummer. I gotta be careful. I'm a little off tonight. I don't know if it's just like not enough sleep or what, but take it a little bit slow. We got time. Did my opponent? Okay, my opponent kept 7. It just took a little while for them to choose. That's the spirit. I feel like my record against Acast has been pretty good lately. I think it's like weird how much like Lauren has changed that matchup for just being a one of. I don't know. It just feels like it's been so huge in like every game that I win against Acast. Emery, and we don't have a Caracas this time. Yeah, I know, one of in quotation marks, but like it's still you would think that it would be kind of slow, right, against a matchup like this. Well, that's annoying. I really don't want to just pitch a Solitude to this Emery, but I might have to when they're only on 2 cards. Yeah, I think I do have to. I really want the Recruiter, again, because of Lauren. So I'm going to pitch the Solitude. I wish I drew. If I drew any other white card, I was going to feel a bit happier about it. But as is, I'm a little sad. What are you floating mana for? I was going to say, Acast doesn't do like much of anything at instant speed. Oh, that's a cool one. Yeah, I'm not really under any pressure, so I'm happy to cast that this turn. I'm feeling on top of the world right now. I'm surprised they haven't cracked their baubles at this point. I feel like they just have to cycle them. And here's the saga that we've been saving the wasteland for. Then we go back to not sweating anything. Oh, another wasteland. Deal. If they're just passing, then I'm gonna recruit for Lornian. Key Vial on 3 for the time being. Council's Judgment. That's going to be good if they put a turtle in my way. With the Lauren, I don't have to save Wasteland for Saga, but it's also the most efficient answer for Saga, and I don't really feel super incentivized to just waste them off of these like relatively normal blue sources. Well, if they don't play a lands, they're probably not playing anything else. So I'm actually just gonna lure in their Seat of the Synod and put them down to no lands after the ports. Oh, there's an Ancient Tomb. Oh, this is a turtle. Okay. Well, we have the Council's Judgment for that. See ya. Do I waste anything here? No. No, I'm good. Now I could bounce Lauren here. I have to be wary of, given that they're not playing anything, I have to be wary of Dismember. So I think for that reason, I'm actually going to not pick up Lauren. I'm going to take Vile up to 4 and then up to 5 next turn, and I'm just going to use Yorion to kind of add a second layer of interaction here where they need to have 2 answers to the Yorion Flicker and to the Caracas. So because they really cannot beat this card long term, especially with the way this game is going. So I'm just going to play it safe. Yeah, I'll cut them off quantity of mana. Mm-hmm. Take up to 5. So we'll start by bouncing. If they dismember in response to this, then we activate Vile. I am very smart. And if they have 2 dismembers, then sure, they're at like 7 life or whatever. Yeah. And now I'll get... What do I want to get here? Solitude can't be that bad of a choice, so I think I'm going to go with that. I'm going to put in a draw step stop just in case. Gonna tap this. Actually, do I even want to do that? Or do I even care about them drawing another Urza Saga? No, I should do it. Because I really don't care about them drawing like anything other than Urza Saga. Everything else is quite beatable, so they drew a Mox Opal. Cool. Let's see. There's the Pasage we saw. They have a Life from the Loam. That's wild. That explains the Spire of Industries. They're playing Life from the Loam, Haywire Might, and the Pasage that I kind of just like completely forgot was not a blue card when they used it against us last in the first game. Otherwise, looks pretty standard. Only 3 Psi, the full 4 Emery, 2 Kappas, 7 Thought effects. Yep, okay, sure. Now they crack their baubles. Only 1. No point porting them this turn because they're just going to use it on construct tokens, so I'm going to put this Batterskull into play. I don't think Spirit's right there, because they basically don't have enough mana to like draw into cards and then do anything with them. Um, yeah, that's basically why I wasn't into that. With Life from the Loam on top of Emery, I'm kind of interested in bringing in Rest in Peace actually. Um, what would it be over? It could be over Timeless Dragon, could be over Batter Skull, could trim a Surgical. Yeah, Surgical is Surgical is bad with Rest in Peace, so we really don't want both. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Easy, Sneep, easy. Don't even have to recruit. Right here. The only thing this hand is missing is a Karakas for Emery. That's basically it. They have mulled to 6. I did forget the Singleton Mindbreak Trap. I'm sorry. Does it sound insincere? How could you tell? Shadow Spear, sure. All right, no Emery even. Easy. It's probably into Thoughtcast this turn if I had to guess. Currently costs 3. Oh no, there is an Emery. Okay. It mills nothing actually. Cool. In that case, I'll just cast a Spirit. What do you got here? Dismember. Oh no. That's a pretty awful Dismember, but okay. Um, yeah, let's go. I would love to, but no, we're gonna hit the Shadow Spear. This does force us to Solitude the Emery, but I don't think that's the worst thing ever. I'd love to see that. What was their hand? Clearly it was not very good. Yeah, they must have been. It just seems like a really tough order against this deck, but yeah, right. You have 4 Caracas, 4 Swords, 4 Solitude. Skyclay doesn't really count because it's too slow, but like long term, there are just a bunch of different ways to answer it. Yeah, that's true. All right, we did it. We set ourselves up to just win while behind. Love to see it. What did you want us to do? Oh yeah, just get the perfect victory. Yeah, if only. We could have also drawn Wisp for that. To be fair, I mean, it doesn't matter that it would come back. You know, you win with 0 permanents on your opponent's side, and I mean, you get to take the screenshot. That's all that matters. All right. Opponent is also playing a companion. Oh Bosh. Oh Bosh. What does that mean? Oh no. What does that mean? This hand seems fine, other than I'm terrified. It doesn't have a second white source is the big problem, but at least we have mom into port. It's always a uh, pretty good curve. What does Obosh mean? I'm so scared. Obosh Maverick, huh? Not Maverick. It is playing is Obosh Shadow apparently. Moonstop you can't play Obosh because you can't play Chalice or there's something else. Mostly the Chalice. I mean, it has to be as a Watery Grave, right? Watery Grave and a Thoughtseize. I'm gonna cast Vial here though. As long as the Vial resolves. Okay, never mind. Vial does not resolve. Force pitches Ponder. You know Zerda's banned in Legacy, right? Yeah, Zerda was unbelievably broken. It was banned at the same time that Luris was. Yeah, JR did it. He broke Zerda with Callum. It was like it was a big problem. Yeah, it was just like you played every monolith effect, so you just had like your companion was play a monolith and you have infinite mana, and it turns out that's kind of a problem. Yes, much, much, much harder because there's no monoliths. All right, what do we do here? Mom is holding back the shadow at least for a certain amount of time. I think I'm just gonna get a stone. I'm gonna play a stone forge here, I think. I'm not sure what I'm getting, but I'm probably just getting Cauldron, actually. It'll kill fast, it'll block the shadow forever. Oh, I haven't actually looked at the new full art Obosh. Or, full art. Oh my god, another Thoughtseize. It sucks because, like, they can take either Cauldron or Solitude, and it's kind of a problem, but I think I just have to let him. Yeah, the Deserta, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I don't think I've looked at the Zerta. I should check it out, though. A lot of them are really nice. I think they did a really good job overall. I'm trying to get a serialized Yorion at some point. Yeah, I'm just getting another Solitude. We'll start winning the game eventually. Alright, I'm gonna bring it up. Give me a second. Great timing. Alright, I'm going back to the game for a bit. Oh, I have to pass my combat step. I do not hate foils, so I will be. I'm gonna get white. Interesting. I'm gonna get an etched foil and a new art foil because they're cheap anyway. But I'm gonna hunt for a particular number of the Yorion. I guess for viewers of my stream, I'm looking specifically for Yorion 229. Because that is, yeah, 229. Yep. So I don't know. Who knows whether anybody will ever see it, but I figure my chance is much lower than if I don't try. It's much lower if I don't try. So I might as well just put it out there. That's what I'm looking for. If you see it, please let me know, and hopefully it'll be within my range. Yes. It is my anniversary. I only put it in air quotes because it is leap day. So, you know, we only celebrate it every 4 years. Excuse me? What the fuck is this? At the start of your turn, if you have 5 or less life, sacrifice this in Time Walk. What? Wowie. Alright, that makes things a little bit easier, because now I can just kill this and start attacking finally. I will be writing this matchup down as Esper Obosh Death Shadow for some reason. What's the significance of those numbers for you? Oh yeah, also be careful of 88. Uh-oh. I'm sure that there are much better reasons for it to be important to you, but oh, there you go. Yeah. Reanimate package with solitude for white. That is a possibility. Yeah. I see what they're trying to do here. So they can cast Obosh on their next turn and try to hit me for a bunch, but it's not going to work. Drawing this Crocus is super annoying. My mana has been really messing with me today. So what can we do here? I feel like it's hard for any of these to be super bad. I'm just not sure what the best thing for us to do is. We could wisp the Street Wraith to just get in for 2, but we don't have a good way to get the rest of the damage in. I don't think this Time Walk is going to matter too much because they're just going to spend their next turn casting Obosh, not attacking, and then I guess they could attack. There's no reason they couldn't, but they're just going to like deal 6 to us and then draw a card and then yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I can also just bounce the Obosh, so yeah, I guess maybe the best thing to do is just let the second chance crack. I'll port them. They have to even draw a land to cast the Obosh, and otherwise they're just like attacking for 3 and untapping. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's play it slow. I would really like to just draw a land so I can cast these Solitudes, and I think like evoking one right now just isn't really getting us anywhere. Yep, you get an extra turn. Alright, that's cute. They don't even take all the turns because it triggers on their upkeep. So they can cast it. It basically means that they take 2 turns. Every time they would take 1, they take 2. Basically. Um, oh no, I guess that's only true the first time. So now they can actually, they're going to crack it in their upkeep and then put it on top. Um, so now actually they take infinite turns because they can crack it, put it on top. But they can only take infinite turns while drawing second chance. Um, so notably, if I just like let them do it once and then Solitude the Street Wraith, then it's over. I can also just Wasteland the Hall and make this a lot easier. Um, it just sucks because I'm already so low on lands. Oh, I can actually. Yeah, you're right. I don't have to Wastelands. Yep, okay. I'm just going to do that. Are they doing their second? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind. That doesn't work. Well, no, because this gets back to the situation we had before, where they don't take infinite turns; they just take 2 turns. I'm still not sure what our best plan of action is here. It might depend on what we draw, but just to like simplify this, there's a chance I'm just gonna Solitude. Oh, they don't even do it. Okay. I might just Solitude the Street Wraith and start attacking. And I'll have Crocus for the Obosh, and then the second chance won't matter because they won't have like a. I guess, is that actually okay? Yeah, because I guess the problem with the second chance is that it only works if they already have a board in play, because they have to draw the second chance every turn. They would be, if someone tried to do this in paper, they would um, be told to do something that advances the game state. They have to break the loop. It is. I am pretty sure it's exactly the same as the Four Horsemen problem. The only difference is that Four Horsemen is theoretically trying to reach a game state where they have one, but have to do it through a method that the rules has to flag as a stalling tactic. Right, yeah. And that, I mean that's basically the same here, right? Like it when you simplify it, the end result is the same. There are I wonder if I was supposed to solitude the street wraith in response to that actually. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a problem. I really wish they just hadn't discarded my Cauldron, because this would be so much easier if they hadn't. Alright, finally something. Yeah, so I'm gonna simplify this now by just wasting the hall. It's true, another one. Okay, sure. Trilith, why would you do this to me? Stop. Excuse me. I don't love how long my opponent is taking either. Yeah, there's Obosh. They can't attack or they die, so... I should have played around it by just timing out Chylith for 30 seconds. Should have seen the line. They are trying to pay costs on a Mother of Runes. Sure. I would like to draw a white source, please. It's not a white source. So we can bounce Obosh, kill both their creatures, put them to 5, then put them back down to 2. That seems fine, probably. As frustrating as that we just never drew a plains. Yeah, I think that's what I do. And I'm just going to keep the 3rd Solitude in my hands. Mom Solitude their mom. Next turn Pro Black Swing. Maybe that might be fine since I think the main problem with that is, so we're not forced to chump block. They can do 12. They're threatening to do 12 damage if we take that line. But they also can't really attack because we'll have the mom in play. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Obosh does hurt. It might not have mattered that he hurt in that situation because we do just put lethal into play. But I'm so exhausted. Just give me a break, please. Um. Nothing to do but this. So for what it's worth, Toast, your line is better into this play where they just get another Death Shadow. Uh, please stop playing things. Alright, they put a blank card on top of their deck. There we go. We got something. What do we actually get here? It must just be Batterskull, right? Yeah, it's Batterskull. Because Batterskull negates the Street Wraith, Crocus negates the Obosh, and then the second chance continues to not do anything. Stop. Oh my god. I just want to not get top decked once. Toast. Oh man. I'm just so tired. Torch, GT, Sash. None of those really do anything. So we are forced to port the. So I guess this is probably fine. We can't play this Stoneforge. We have to port the Hall and also have Grocus for the Obosh. But we can attack them down to 2. They will be taking an extra turn, but only one extra turn. Will they even board in anything? They do have Death Wish. Yeah, I'm so tired. This game is really draining me. All right, I take 3. You got me. Interesting. I think this is then we're unless now they drew a removal spell for this wisp, then we're good. Cool. It's over. It's finally over. Okay, so we're bringing Council's Judgments. I am feeling inclined to bring in a Rest in Peace, just so I don't have to think about any of that anymore. They also had to reanimate, so I kind of want to deal with that too. Cards I'm less into are Torch. Lauren is only whatever. And I'm going to cut 1 Mom. I mean, Rest in Peace is just a surgical that deals with all of them at once, right? Like, they can't second chance loop us. They can't reanimate anything. That also doesn't cost us life in a matchup that might matter. As I'm just cutting a Mom because they're likely to be bringing in Plague Engineers. Priest again is good against reanimate. I think it's fine. I don't think there's any reason to cut it over these cards, right? Like maybe we want Torch. I could see wanting Torch, but I would cut a Mom before I cut a Containment Priest. Because again, they're going to be bringing in Plague Engineer, and we didn't see a single piece of targeted removal. Also, I feel like in matchups like this, more so than others, I get to weird, like, low resource spots where being able to Containment Priest plus Wisp happens a lot more often. Oh, no, that was me. That was me thinking. No shame to them. Yeah, I'll keep. It's a little awkward, but... Interesting. Upkeep, cycle Street Wraith twice. Gonna Thoughtseize me now? You sure are gonna Thoughtseize me. Goodbye, Stoneforge. No, I feel that. I also wish this game wasn't taking forever, because it's not that fun, and it's late at night. They sure don't take Rip. They sure did take Stoneforge. Okay. Well, I'm concerned. So this is definitely a problem. Hopefully we draw a swords or a solitude. I guess that it should be a swords because we don't have a white card for solitude. But they also had Ancient Tomb this whole time. What is going on? Jesus Christ. And I'm just going to draw lands the whole time. Help. Oh yeah, I guess I should have fielded the tomb. Because now they actually just killed us with another shock. That's fucked up. Okay, well, that happened. Um, yeah, I'm not changing anything. Oh, yeah, Lauren for I'll cut another mom. Actually, I'll cut a Thalia. I'll split the humans that I'm cutting there. I suppose I would like to play first. Nope. Much better. I'll bottom one of the ports. Feeling very gracious that I finally did not get thought seized. But let's see if the Stoneforge resolves. It does. Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna culture check them. I am sure they will. No, dismember on the Stoneforge. It's dismember on the Stoneforge. Doing this again, are we? I think I'm going to recruit another Stoneforge here. And I'm happy to pitch Thalia to Solitude. But I'm going to wait to see if they do anything else. Yeah, Stoneforge. I think my plan actually is probably just to chump block the Death Shadow with the Recruiter. And take a draw step, kind of incentivize them to potentially play another Death Shadow or something. Yeah, I don't know. They went through a lot of cards to have never drawn it in game one. Obosh in hands. Okay. They don't play another Shadow. But they've gone through a lot of work. Ooh, that's pretty nice. I was gonna say they've gone through a lot of work to make to get down to 7 life. And now, yeah, I think I'm gonna do what I should have done the previous game. I'm gonna field the tomb, deal with the fact that they're gonna get a basic off of it, and then Stoneforge. They don't get a basic off of it. Well, hell yeah. And this is very easily just going to get a Batter Skull, because I can cast it next turn if I need to. Oh, also, I should just Solitude this now. I guess with blue mana up, I'll just wait till their upkeep and then do it then. Cool. There we go. Ponder into Shuffle. I was wondering if they were going to reanimate Solitude. I knew they were going to. I just knew it. It sure is only round 4. What is this? Death Shadow. Alright, Flicker Wisp. Can I get a Flicker Wisp? That is not a Flicker Wisp. Alright, Batter Skull Resolving is good though. Chalice, I'm gonna time you out. I cannot do that. Please. Please just tell me I'm gonna play against Doomsday. Are you just dismembering this? Yeah, okay. There we go. Please resolve. I'm begging you. I guess I can start with Thalia. Okay, thank Christ. Thank the Lord. No. My nemesis. Fuck this card. No! I have a board that can deal with it. I'm just upset that I had to see Liliana the Last Hope. They really are going to use the entire clock. Did they draw another Death Shadow? Are they just wasting my time? Oh, they are wasting my time. Got it. Recruiting for opposition agent. You think you know someone. Well, thank God it's over. Okay. God, if you could recruit for Shadow, that'd be so funny. I would love to play first. Let's get this done. This hand is pretty awkward. It has Wasteland, it has Caracas. We can cast anything that we draw. It's not good. It's definitely not good. But I think it banks too much on Lauren being a card that matters, and we just don't know. This hand is better. I'll keep in Bottom Torch. I hope you eep well. I hope you get more eep than I'm gonna get tonight. Have a good night, Toast. Thanks for stopping by as always. Islands. Brainstorm. Yeah, I'm just gonna get eep. I was worried it was going to be Island Ponder, and who knows how long that would take. Island Brainstorm is slightly more suspicious. Okay, sure. This is kind of smelling like Doomsday. Yep, Doomsday. Takes my Solitude, huh? Interesting. I would say that I got my wish, but they aren't playing particularly quickly. I'm gonna get another Spirit in case Assuming that it is Doomsday. It could be like Blueback Reanimator. I don't think it is based on what we've seen so far, but you're right, it could be. In which case, I that might explain why the Solitude got taken, but like if they were playing Reanimator, they would have taken Containment Priest. They pitched another Grief to it. Yeah, so still assuming Doomsday at this point. Um, Thankfully, if it is, oh, what does that mean? I was gonna say if it is Reanimator, even if they do get something into play, the Spirit kind of protects the worst of it. Okay, it's turn 4 and they've cast the 4th Brainstorm. Um, Snuff Out is very strange. I don't know what's going on. I guess it could be it's Shadow. Okay. It took so long to get to it just being normal Shadow. Or I shouldn't say normal, just being Shadow in the end. In that case, let's just try to kill both Shadows here. Solitude. And now the Solitude being what was taken makes all the sense in the world. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What is Shadow if not bad Delver players? I'm gonna, because they're a Thoughtseize deck, I'm just gonna wait until I have Vial on 5 to put Yorion into my hand. If they were actually presenting threats, I might go for it quicker, but and risk a discard spell here or there, but given where we're at currently, I don't think there's a good reason. Take a Vial here. Got a Thalia. Are you asking why I haven't put Yorion into my hand? Because I just explained that. They're a Thoughtseize deck. I have a Vial in play that's ticking up, and they're putting no pressure on me. So I'm not going to put Yorion into my hand until this Vial is on 5, and I can put it in right away. Yeah, that can get forced. I don't care. That's a weird force of will. Like I guess it puts lethal into play, but so is them existing right now. So I don't know. That doesn't seem. I guess they're not going to get any use out of it otherwise until they die. So I guess it makes sense. They were forced into it even if it's not a good exchange. It is a delve. It is a Death Shadow deck that only knows how to cast cantrips apparently. Um. Yeah. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I guess there's no good reason not to do it now. The best reason I can think of is that like we could technically block with one of the recruiters next turn and then blink everything. But I like doing this now while they only have one card in hand and basically no mana. I'm gonna get a Skyclave for one and a Solitude for the other. I also think brainstorming for the first 4 turns and then doing nothing is not the best way to start the game. Or I guess the 4th turn was when they cast the 2 shadows, right? So what is it's a oh sure. Yeah, okay. All right. Bringing in Council's Judgment for the 10th time today. um, getting rid of Lauren. Getting rid of. We didn't see Reanimate. Um. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Chyleth. I can't do it. I can't do it. Actually, that's a good point. If they have grief, they have their animate. I think it's fair. I think it's a pretty fair assumption. Um, so I'm gonna also bring in Rest in Peace. Cut Torch and then cut Thalia for the same reason that I was cutting humans before. They're gonna bring in Plague Engineer. Which makes Thalia, both Thalia and Mom, not great. Sand is not very good. It's not awful. I think it's probably better than the 7 we were looking at in the first game. Because at least this has removal. It has stuff to do in the early game. It has port, but I think it's the second Caracas that's really doing me in here. I don't think it's miles better. I think that's an overstatement. This hand's great though. I'm just gonna keep and bottom the Jute. They love thought seizing my solitudes. It's probably not totally wrong. Just I think Vile's going to be a big problem for them long term since they let it resolve. So I don't know. Like you can construct a game plan knowing that your opponent has solitude in their hands. You can't really. All they can do is like use petty theft on the Vile. That's like the only thing they can do now that it's in play. Grief pitches a snuff out. Sure, sure, sure. Takes the recruiter. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess this is a way for that's a turn two. It sure is. Um, that solitude is an amazing draw. Um, though unfortunately we can't kill both of these. We're probably just gonna have to kill the Death Shadow. Yeah, I guess knowing that their turn two was doing all of this, it like makes some more sense. Um, but still, I don't know. Oh my god, give me a break. So please stop reanimating my stuff. I'm not really sure how we win the game from here, but we're gonna try. Never mind, we're not gonna try. There, I made room for one. I can maybe make room for another. I think I'm just gonna do the one. This hand's fine. Opponent mulls to 6. Mulls to 5. Okay. Good signs for us. I feel like I've been turn one Thoughtseized more in this league than I have in like the past 2 years. This is like absurd. Surgical. Stop thoughts using me. I literally was like, I'm so tired, I just want to surgical extract thoughts uses, so they stopped thoughts using me, and of course he had one in hand and it would have worked. That doesn't make it right. I want to make that entirely clear. I'm just saying I thought of it, and I'm upset that it would have worked. See, one brain cell. We got one brain cell, and we're sharing it right now. They just pass? Really? You're just doing nothing now? All right. I have to assume this is dying, so I'm gonna take Sash, I think. So they don't get reanimated. Then they probably have some number of shadows in their hands that are rotting away, and I have the swords for that. So I think I like Sash. And I'm gonna not play it into Daze. Because that could also be a card rotting in their hands. Black, paying costs, not paying costs. Oh, dismember. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah, that's fine. Another great reason to get Sash is that we don't care if the Snowforge dies. Alright, here we go. Let me make sure I targeted that right. On Cruder. I'm just going to take my Recruiter out of the yard, keep them in my deck, obviously. Reanimate Fizzles. Nice. I'm tempted to wasteland them, given they're still stuck on 2 lands. Yeah, I think I will do that, because I don't actually need the 5th mana right now. I probably should have done this before casting the Sash at this point. I just snuff out. Okay. So they could have done that either way. That doesn't matter. I'm going to take my Thalia out of the graveyard just in case. And I think I just did the Snowforge too. I don't think they're likely to reanimate those, but I'd rather they just not be options. So their hand is Underground Sea something. Deal. Yeah. That's kind of a super deal. So with only one card in hand, I'll play it safe, get Battle Skull, since I can cast it. Like it's a little bit tempting with them at 8 to get Cauldra, but Batter Skull is going to be as much of a threat and a much better one as long as they, or it's if they kill the Stoneforge, the Cauldra is going to rot in hand for a while. Yeah, I'll Wasteland again. Sure. I guess I could have kept the Wasteland in play to Igonjo and put in Batter Skull, but I don't know. I think cutting them off the mana is more important. The Torak isn't actually doing anything. I guess Batter Skull's going to block it anyway. Hey, Magic Dad, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah. Not sure what they think's gonna happen here. Are they just gonna cast this? Are they casting Dismember? Going down to 4 and then just dying to my crackback? And thanks so much for the follow. My opponent just messaged, the germ is black. It sure is. Yep, been there. Been there for sure. Actually, I definitely punted a couple times tonight. I think I won the matches that my biggest punts were in, but I don't recall. Oh god, that when I tweet about that match, I'm gonna take some creative liberties with the name that I give to it. But anyway, there we go. We 4-1'd our second league, and I am tired, and it is time for me to head to bed. Thank you for the raid. Obviously, unfortunate timing that I'm going so soon, but I'm going to find another stream for us to go to, hopefully. It's a little late, so I'm not sure what the options are going to look like, but let me take a quick peek. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your night as well. Hey, Legacy Pit's streaming. I'll send everybody over there. How about that?
Play this without knowing what deck you're on, because it's affecting my.
I will do it as soon as my computer. There we go. There we go. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I'll catch you next week, the same time, Thursdays, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much, as always.